our huge series of our forum tour gone across the whole state and all different congressional districts from East Tennessee, where we just were, and it was Austin P earlier this weekend. We've been everywhere. I want to give a quick shout out to all of our host organizations really quickly, not just the high school Dems, but the Tennessee Young Democrats, Tennessee College Democrats, Coalition PAC, a PAC that's led by 18-year-olds all the way in Los Angeles, California. They've helped out. And also a big shout out to the current Middle Tennessee State University College Democrats for hosting this great event. We are also, I just want to give a big shout out to the Tennessee Holler, who is recording this live for us today. So big shout out to the Holler. They do amazing work day in, day out, and we are very grateful for them to help broadcast this out across the whole state. So I wanted to go ahead and pass it off to our Middle Tennessee State College Democrats liaison for today, Jonathan Escobar. Everyone.
Hello, everyone. Thank you guys for coming today. Like Jacob Francine just said, I'm Jonathan Escobar. I am the MTSU College Democrats president. I am also the secretary for Tennessee Young Democrats. I'm really happy to have put this event together. As Francine will probably mention in a minute, this is the first Governor and Senate forum of the cycle, so we're really excited for this. We're excited for all of you guys to be able to meet your potential Democratic nominees. And I'll hand it back to Francine.
All right, so without further ado, we're going to start introducing our candidates, your 2026 gubernatorial Democratic candidates for this primary. Firstly, a nurse, medical director, professor from Memphis, and the founder of the African American History and Culture Museum and the new Chicago Community Development Corporation. Please welcome Dr. Carnita Atwater. A worker in technology, banking, retail, and a veteran of the U.S. Army and member of the National Guard from Gallatin, please welcome Tim Sear. An attorney previously serving as a juvenile public advocate, senior policy advisor, and deputy chief of staff to Shelby County Mayor Lee Harris, and now Memphis City Council member and interim Shelby County Chief Public Defender, please welcome Jerry Green. A successful national musician and producer of a recent healthcare access documentary based in Australia titled A Basic Human Right. Please welcome Adam Ditch-Kurtz. And a production supervisor from Murfreesboro and former independent Senate candidate, please welcome Kevin Lee McCants. Thank you all, Peter. ABC. You are all free to stand up, sit down as you may please. We will be starting questions starting with Dr. Atwater and going down to Mr. McCants, and then we will be going back from Mr. McCants to Dr. Atwater for every other question. So I'll make sure we are ready. So the first question, well, I guess first opportunity for you to speak. Please give your opening statement. Sorry, Dr. Atwater.
Good evening. Thank you for the invite. My name is Dr. Carnita Atwater. I am running for the governor of the state of Tennessee. I am running because I want to make Tennessee whole again. Housing, health care, and healthy living. I am the people's governor. I have worked in the capacity of Dean of Medical Studies, Medical Director, Dean of Student Affairs, Adjunct Professor, Medical Director, a Student Governor, and also I have 95 children that I have raised. I believe that we need a governor to be a person that put people back into politics. I believe that I am a person that have had boots on the ground. I do not have a dream. I'm not running for governor just for myself. I'm running for governor to give the democracy back to the people. And with that said, I don't know how much time we have. I'll go into my resurrection of hope in this program.
Thank you. Just a reminder for the opening statement, there is no time limit, but we encourage you to just do 1 minute. Mr. Sear, you're next.
Thank you. My name is Tim Sear, and that is spelled C-Y-R, and it's pronounced like a state, like you share a state. A lady once told me that most important thing in the election is getting the name recognition. So I'll put that out there right now. I'm running for governor for a lot of reasons, but one of them is for a young man by the name of Jeff Dahl. He was at MD, mass, whatever you want to call it, and he was in bad shape. And I'd like to be able to do something to rectify that situation for people like that. And that being said, I'm going to.
Thank you very much. Ms. Green.
Thank you. And thank you to the high school Dems for having us here today, the college Dems, the young Dems, and for MTSU for hosting us. We are so excited to be here with and among young people because they're really important and they are the reason I'm running. I often tell people that I may not ever have the resources of the GOP because I'm not going to take APAC money, NRA money, voucher schemer money, big pharma money, you name it. But I do have special interests, 3 of them. Their names are Bo, Vivian, and Wilder. Wilder just turned 9. Vivian is 14, going on 47. She's in charge of all of us. And Bo's here tonight. He's in the back, and he travels on the road with me. And everything that they care about, the world I want to have for them, whether it's taking care of our environment, working on gun violence, or just making sure that Tennessee is affordable and livable for all. I want them to live the American dream right here, and that's why I'm running for governor.
Mr. Kurtz.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me. Ooh. My name's Adam Ditch Kurtz. I'm running for governor, so you don't have to. Okay? Someone's got to do it. I'm glad we all are. I'm running because I basically wanted to be the candidate that I wanted to see. I looked around and I wanted a candidate that truly represented the people, came from the community. And I was like, this is about a year ago. I was like, well, I don't see it yet, so I'm going to stand up. I'm at a place in my life where I can run. I'm going to running on a platform of unity, looking forward, not backward, not trying to relitigate any past elections. I want to see what we can do in Tennessee in the situation we find ourselves in to focus on affordable life for you, your friends, your family, and to focus on, healthcare, which Jacob mentioned that I have a documentary about Australian healthcare to show basically we can have Medicare for all too if we really want to. So I'm looking forward. I'm trying to make the government again be for us instead of against us, help us instead of hurt us. I think the best way to do that is to have someone who's one of us, come from society, come from the community, and run for governor. So thank you.
And Mr. Fox.
So first of all, to Jacob and the entire team, MTSU, thank you all so much for allowing us the opportunity to be here today. I'm grateful, absolutely grateful for this opportunity. I've waited many years for this. The reason that I'm running for governor and the U.S. Senate is because we are broken on both ends. We're broken at the federal level. We are broken at the state level. And whatever aspirations that you have, that you desire to achieve as governor, you cannot do it without policies at the federal level. Many have asked, why would you run for both governor and the U.S. Senate? That has never been done in our nation's history by any candidate running for governor or U.S. Senate in the same election cycle. You gotta have policies. It's not about occupying the seat. It's about controlling the narrative so that I can make sure that as I become governor, I can execute the policies that I know we need to have in place because I wrote them. So I'm looking forward to this opportunity and talking about the plans that I have. As Democrats, we lost badly in the last campaign. Badly. But I'm here to tell you, the process did not fail us. It didn't. But the process told us, go back, Democrats, do your homework. Because the people spoke loudly. And I'm accustomed to doing my homework. And I did that. You will hear many people talk about affordability, but few will tell you how to achieve it. If we went down this line to answer your questions of what does affordability mean, you would get about 5 different answers. They wouldn't be the same. But I want to tell you what it means to me. It's so much more than having money to buy eggs, bread, cheese, and milk.
About 30 seconds left.
Affordability. It is about having sufficient money in savings so that should a situation occur as an emergency, you can take care of it. I want to help you build your savings. Affordability is about being able to manage your liabilities so that you can be approved for assets, homes and mortgages and more credit. My plan will help you build that. So by the time we complete my plan, we will eliminate the downside leg of
Thank you very
the
much.
economy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Please give a round of applause to everyone here on the stage today. This takes a lot of courage to be a candidate and put yourself out there in the whole state. Just some extra ground rules. Obviously, the open statement doesn't have a bunch of rules, but for the next few questions, the rest of the day, we will be giving each candidate 60 seconds to have answer any questions. If for some reason your name is mentioned by another candidate, you have 30 seconds to respond and rebuttal. We ask the audience to please hold applause until all candidates are finished answering their questions. And please stay respectful of all candidates here and fellow attendees. And we will have a quick break at 2:45, just to give everyone a chance to breathe before the last few questions. Starting with Mr. McCants, our next question is, tariffs have historically been used in the U.S. to protect domestic industries, generate revenue, and influence trade relationships. But they can also raise costs for consumers and businesses, as Tennesseans have felt over the past year. So as of 2025 and 2026, tariffs remain a key economic tool, but studies estimate recent U.S. tariffs have raised consumer prices from anywhere from $300 to $1,000 per household annually, and have increased costs for American manufacturers. So, as governor, how would you help combat the tariff inflation of the Trump administration?
Thank you for that question. So you are absolutely correct, first of all, that tariffs is just another way of placing additional taxes on businesses. And the sad thing about this is that we have a president that carries such a strong arm and iron fist toward businesses that he tells them not to raise prices, because tariffs forces the raising of prices. And what we have to be able to do is, first of all, get Democrats in office so we can pull that legislation back. We own, Congress owns the right of the purse, not the president of the United States. But we have legislators that have given away their power, and we can't afford to have that.
Excuse me, do you have an official timer?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I have a timer on my computer right here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And if anything else will have time, you're awesome too. Next.
All right. So tariffs obviously are a burden on us, the American people, you know, it's set at a national level. So my whole point of my campaign is in the environment that we're in, which is that the tariffs are being levied against us and we can't do anything about it immediately, is we have to focus on what we can do in Tennessee going forward to make prices better, to make life more affordable. So there's, we can have funds that help the farmers who are being struck down unfairly by, prices, when we subsidize Argentina for their beef. So we can make programs that help the agricultural community. And then when I'm governor, as a Democratic governor, we'll be able to have more of an influence against the national, the national Republicans to push back against the tariff policy and try to push them to alleviate the stress that those do cause us.
So I've made over 80 stops across the state, and I think there's two places where I've seen tariffs impact people. The first is in families and at their kitchen tables. So what we can do as a Democratic administration is end the grocery tax. We can do that without raising taxes at all on anyone else, simply by rolling back the tax breaks that Bill Lee gave billionaires and corporations. They came in at the tune of $1.5 billion to eliminate the grocery tax, but only cost us $750 million. That means we can do it twice over. We should also be working with our farmers and helping with what they're seeing. They're being pushed in every area. And what we've got to do on that front is, for starters, eliminate right now and freeze our diesel and gas tax. That's something that can be put in place that can make people's lives more affordable for every day. In addition, help our farmers that are dealing with the chaos that is coming out of DC every day.
Thank you.
As a farmer, I agree with that. The only other thing might be the grocery tax. Yeah, no, I think that could be removed. There's gas tax. You don't need a lot of help figuring that one out. It's been a problem for me, and not only that, but diesel for the tractor and so forth. That's a few places I would start, and we deal from there. Thank you.
When we talk about tariff, let's be realistic. In some underserved and marginalized communities, they've been suffering from economic and housing disparities for over 20 and 30 years. We must address the underlying cause. We cannot put a Band-Aid on a third-degree burn. I will be the governor, which I have in the last 25 years, boots on the ground. I have been the governor or the future governor that have fed 10,000 individuals a year, have donated 5,000 book bags and school supplies, 5,000 coats, and I have saved 50 senior citizens from losing their home. If we're going to truly be the governor of the future, we must also bring realistic views in there and values in there, and don't talk about it, be about it. I have been about it. I have a resurrection hope plan that speaks on Tennessee housing recovery. I also have a plan where I have,
Thank you very much.
okay, thank you.
Okay, next question, starting with Dr. Atwater. Healthcare costs remain one of the biggest concerns for Americans, with many struggling to afford insurance, prescriptions, and care. Tennessee remains as one of the 10 states without Medicaid expansion, and as of 2025, nearly 650,000 Tennesseans remain uninsured, and federal healthcare spending exceeds $4.5 trillion annually, the highest per capita in the world. Tell us, what specific policy changes in the healthcare system would you sign?
I would sign Medicare for all, which would include also holistically mental health, food, covering the food desert. I would also put satellite kiosks in the rural community. Then I would have a policy, which I have, where I would go back and address the rural hospital closure. And that would cover almost 150,000 people.
Okay, healthcare, that's a pet of mine. We need to have Medicare for all, I think, if at all possible. And that's a big one. We need that, and we need to do a few other things that will change the picture when it comes to healthcare. Healthcare is one of the biggest expenses that we have, and I think that with Medicare for all, if you will, socialized, I hate to say socialized medicine, but other countries do it. They've had it for years. I don't see any reason why we can't do it here. As far as Tennessee, other states, there are states that do the same thing.
If you go to my website, greenforgovernor.com, you will see a full platform on healthcare and how we'll make it more affordable and more accessible. That includes when it becomes budget time to take the Medicaid expansion money, making healthcare more accessible, especially in our rural areas, reopening hospitals. Tennessee is #2 in the nation for hospital closures. And unfortunately, most of the hospitals that are still open don't have maternity wards, but we're not waiting until budget season. Day one, you will see on my website as well, a plan where we are going to start right away to make healthcare more accessible and more affordable. We're going to end the monopoly that Ballard has through executive order in East Tennessee, where they've been providing substandard care. We're going to take 10 million of the TANA funds, Tennessee Assistance for Needy Families, and work with nonprofits to buy up medical debt for pennies on the dollar. That makes that 10 million, 1 billion in medical debt erased for over 100,000 Tennesseans. That'll be life-changing right away.
Well, if you don't know, Medicare expansion and Medicare for all is one of the issues most near and dear to me. In January, I went to Australia on a tour, and I interviewed a bunch of Australians about Medicare for all system that they have. And I made a little 15-minute documentary called A Basic Human Right. Go check it out on YouTube. And basically, I'm peeling back the curtain so you can see that Medicare for all, which is, as I said, a basic human right, is possible. Now, if they're not going to do it at the federal level, we can do it at a state level if we pair with some other states probably to get the pool of people big enough. But if we get other states with Democratic governors, we can make the pool big enough and we can actually afford this. Because Tennessee is usually what, first or second in medical bankruptcy. You tell an Australian that and they don't even understand the concept of medical bankruptcy. So there's a lot we can do, and also we got to make sure to focus on keeping the rural hospitals open. I think we all agree about that. And it's just something that we can do and we have to do. We deserve it and we have to fight for it.
So first of all, the last thing that we need to do is add healthcare costs to Medicare. The last thing. In FY 2025, FICA contributions, which funds Social Security and Medicare, came up short in funding Social Security and Medicare by $1 trillion short. If we create and add all healthcare to Medicare, we will implode the system. It can't handle that. In 3 years, 100% of baby boomers.
Thank you very much. Okay, next question, beginning with Mr. McCants. Access to high-quality public education from early childhood through higher education continues to shape economic opportunity and long-term individual outcomes. As governor, will you support increased funding and accessibility for public education for all?
Absolutely. The question that we probably should ask is, how will you do it? How will you create that funding? It goes back to what I was about to speak to earlier regarding healthcare. Everything that we want to achieve for families, it's contained in the opportunity to improve Medicare and Medicaid. Now, how do we do that? First, we must detach healthcare from employers. We have to take it over as consumers. The reason that's important, in 3 years, AI will hit this nation. It will begin taking jobs.
Thank you very much.
Everything in society comes back down to public education. So I think that we have to focus on it first and foremost of anything. So the first thing we can do, of course, is to get rid of the voucher scam, which is funneling money away from public schools to put into private schools. That's not going to happen under my administration. I also want to see free pre-K education. You know, in New Mexico, they just have a program where it's going to be free subsidized early pre-K education. That's what we need to do in order to increase the education, which all ailments of the society come back to public education, crime and health and all that stuff. So my goal, I've stated all along, is to make the Tennessee public school systems the #1 school systems in the country. Can you imagine having any other goal? Anyway, that's my plan for education in Tennessee.
I agree. We do need to defund the voucher program, put that money directly back into our public schools. Our students are struggling, our teachers are underpaid, and our infrastructure is crumbling. That's the first step. We do also have to think from birth to college and beyond. So my plan includes fully funding pre-K education, something I've actually already done in Shelby County and in Memphis. I also believe that post-education, we need to be thinking about service years for people who don't know what they want to do after high school, as well as looking for our teachers and making sure that we are fully funding, particularly our special needs teachers. As a mom of public school kids and one of them being autistic, this is very personal to me. I'm not only somebody who was educated in public schools, but I'm somebody who's still deeply invested in seeing our public schools and our students and teachers thrive.
Yes, absolutely. We need to fund education. As a veteran, I had the GI Bill. It was a big help for me. I kid you not, I would never have made it. Well, I might have made it somehow, but it would have been a lot tougher. Yeah, the idea that we need to fund education, Tennessee does some of that, but they could expand it and do some more. Wouldn't hurt anything at all. And anyway, yeah, funding education is important. Education is very important to me, and for that reason.
As a former educator, we must also, again, look at the holistic approach. We cannot talk about public schools or charter schools or vouchers unless we bring into the fold children living in their cars and hotels, parents on drugs, mental health, people not having affordable houses. So we will have to do wraparound programs if we really want to address our educational school system. I do have a program called Tennessee Apple. My Resurrection Hope program is 365 pages long, just like the Republicans have their Project 2025. I am the only gubernatorial candidate that is presenting my 365-page holistic plan.
Great, thank you all very much. Immigration enforcement, including the role of ICE, remains one of the most debated issues in federal policy, balancing border security with humanitarian concerns. As in 2025, ICE oversees the detention of tens of thousands of people, documented or not, newborns or elderly, daily. While the U.S. faces a backlog of over 2 million pending immigration cases, will you work with ICE as governor? And what policy would you support to help Tennessean immigrants? Dr. Atwater,
Well, that's easy because I am already working with against ICE. When they had the protests in Mason, Tennessee, I was there. But more so than that, I believe in bringing everybody to the table, not just ICE, but also people that's living in underserved, marginalized community that has had their needs on their neck for the last 20, 35 years. Yes, I would have that program, but I also believe in reparation for people who have been violated for the last 50, 60 years.
Yeah, I'll work with him. but I'll probably hope my days won't do. No, the idea, everything they're doing, the detention and illegal taking of people out of their homes in their underwear and what have you. To me, this is one of the points that we don't need to be doing. And so, yeah, I'll work with them. But like I said, I won't, I may not like it, but we'll be able to do what we can do. Thank you.
I will not work with ICE. It needs to be abolished and defunded. We will end on day one all 287G agreements through executive order. We will also end all contracts with Core Civic because we will not profit off of people putting other people in prison. In addition to that, I should say, I was just in a high school this past Thursday with a Hispanic group of sixth graders, and the fear that they are facing as children, worried about their families. They don't go to church because they're worried about ICE getting them. They don't go to medical appointments. Some of the kids in our community in Memphis are not showing up for school now. I don't believe that is the America I was taught to believe in, to fight for, and to love. So no, we're not working with ICE. We're doing everything we can to support our immigrant community. I've done it throughout my career. I will continue to do it. What is happening on the federal level is unconstitutional. They are murdering mothers
Thank you very
in the
much.
street in broad daylight. We can't be a
Thank
part
you
of
very
that.
Day one of my administration, humanity and compassion return to the governor's residence. Of course, I will not work with ICE. They will not be welcome in Ditches, Tennessee, okay? It's cruel, it's inhumane. Of course, we have to figure out a way to work with our immigrants and treat them with due process and humanity and not treat them like dogs and lock them up. So in my Tennessee, we abolish ICE, we kick them out, and we figure out a way to do humane immigration enforcement. We work with them. There's got to be a pathway to citizenship. And I just want to be very clear, ICE has not been around for very long. It's not some old institution. We can get rid of it, we can abolish it, and we can try something new and different that actually treats people like humans.
The issue that we face with ICE and with many of the policies from the legislators that we have in place today, the issue that we have is trust. The issue is trust. As a pastor, we reach out to families to help in whatever capacity that we can. We have between 7,000 and 9,000 churches in Tennessee. We can provide help to families when they need help. There's no reason that people should be in a state where they're being attacked by law enforcement wearing masks. That's what criminals do. So how can we ask citizens to be embracive of an environment where you have law enforcement wearing
Thank you very
masks?
much.
Not acceptable.
We have hit our 2:45-ish break, so we'll have about a 5-minute break just to use the restroom, eat some water, some snacks, but we'll be right back. Thank you guys very much.
Jacob.
2025, Tennessee faces a housing shortage of over 51,000 units of low-income housing. There are only 42 rental homes affordable for every 100 low-income households in Tennessee. Across America, the median rent has increased over 20% since 2020, outpacing wage growth. How should the government lower the cost of housing?
First, we would have to address that by policy. As the next governor with my resurrection hope plan, I will take away the tax incentives and the pilot program to rich billionaires and redistribute that money through opportunity zone so that underserved and marginalized people could have affordable homes. On my watch, I would be building 150,000 homes, affordable homes, using Tennessee Housing Development Association, Community Development Grant, TIF, and a host of other things. But again, we also have to address people living in cars and hotels. We have to have some type of roadmap to identify those people.
Yeah, as far as housing is concerned, we need to stop getting rid of all the people that build houses, for one thing. Labor is very important when it comes to building a house. I don't know, it seems to me that we put so much pressure on people that, I don't know, you know it or not, but Mexican Americans do a lot of the building of houses. If you go to any job site, almost anywhere in the state, you'll find a lot of them working there. They're not taking on the job to you. They're working right alongside everybody else. You just need to keep building and keep building. Thank you.
Affordable housing is a huge issue in Tennessee statewide. There are a lot of things the state government can do. First, we can lax a lot of the regulations that are interfering with the building of the low-cost homes. We can rezone some land to be single, triple, quadruple zone for 3 or 4 houses on a lot. We can I propose we start like a land trust where we can reuse land and repurpose and redistribute abandoned houses. We have a lot of extra state land that we could use for some low-cost housing. Because we need to build low-cost housing to get people in homes.
So when I look at the issues and the challenges that we have with housing, and I look at how our economic system operates, our system operates on a cycle. We have a cyclical economy. We have a long-term debt peak that's at its highest point. It's signaling to us now that we're at the turn of a cycle. That turn of the cycle is a deflation and recession risk. We want to avoid that. How do we do that? We reset the economy. When we reset the economy, it's a natural redistribution. So people don't feel like you're taking something from one to give to another, because we meet the needs of everybody.
Next question, beginning with Mr. McCants. The Trump administration is in charge of executing laws, yet they break the law every single day. Based on reports from 2025, the administration faced hundreds of laws due to the courts halting or blocking policies over 200 times, just 4 months into the term. Legal experts and analysis noted an unprecedented rate of noncompliance with judicial rulings, with the Trump administration accused of defying or resisting court orders in approximately 34% of analyzed cases as of July 2025. As governor, you could nominate the state attorney general. Will your administration challenge the Trump administration's federal overreaches, and if so, how?
Thank you for that question. The best way to address a situation that we're in now with the administration that we have is what we're doing with this audience right now. The people to change the system is not us. The people to change the system is the voters. What we have to do is give the voters the incentive to become engaged. This is a man that has pushed the boundaries of our nation to its farthest limits. The only way we can change what we have now is with our voters. We need our voters present to hear the plans that we have in place so we can get this administration out.
It'll be my job as governor to assess the situation we're in, whatever happens at the federal level, to then do whatever I can to make the lives better for the people of Tennessee. So when I will appoint an attorney general who will absolutely work to better your life. So if there's something that is happening at a national level that we can fight back on, absolutely we'll push back. My goal is to bring us together and look forward for Tennessee and not try to relitigate past elections. But if there's anything that we can do to push back and make life better for you, of course, I'll direct my attorney general to do that.
Yeah. If I appoint an attorney general, I guarantee you will be paying bond this next time we're in. I'm sorry she lost your job and all that, but it's simply going to help. No, as far as what we could do to stop some of the signing of whatever they are, if we put them into effect, we need to do everything we can there and try to slow him down somehow. I mean, thank you.
As the next governor, I would appoint an attorney general that can put people back into politics. With my Resurrection of Hope plans, just like that project 2025, I have thought this thing through because I have had boots on the ground. So I don't have to talk about what I'm going to do. I can talk about what I've already done, from addressing homelessness, drug addiction, gross mass incarceration, taxation without representation, housing disparities, economic disparities, environmental injustice, and a host of other things. We can talk about what we want to do, but I have a proven record of what I have already done as a community advocate.
Thank you all very much. Next question, starting with Dr. Atwater. Since the landmark 2010 Citizens United case in the Supreme Court, outside political spending has surged to over $4.5 billion per election cycle. As in 2025, corporate PACs and large donors still account for a significant share of the federal and state campaign funding, raising concerns about influence. Will you or have you taken any corporate PAC money?
Absolutely not. In my Resurrection Hope plan, I am the only gubernatorial candidate that have said that I will give 3/4 of my salary back to the community. I do not believe in PACs and lobbies. I have said it publicly that I will not take any PAC money because I believe that I'm unbought, and uncompromised. So indeed, I will be against PAC and lobbyists. That's part of the problem. That's why we have data system here right now, because people taking money under the table and they being bought and sold. So therefore, I have not received one penny from any PAC. Will not do that because my loyalty is to the people, not politicians or not lobbyists.
Thank you. No, I will take action as far as that is concerned. The whole idea of large donors buying officers and what have you, they get it done. I mean, I hate to say it, but you can buy the office of the President of the United States for that enough money. But, to me, that's just wrong, thanks.
Citizens United is the biggest catastrophe that's happened to politics ever. We have to get corporate money out of politics altogether. We have to just undo the undoing of Citizens United. So I will not take any PAC money. My campaign is a people-powered campaign where I rely on small donations. And if you want to donate, I wouldn't be upset. So no, we got to get corporate money out and let the people decide with their own money and their own voice.
When it comes to PAC money, people come to you with PAC money because you don't have a plan. You don't know what you stand for. If you don't know what you stand for, other people will determine that for you. My plan is so detailed. They will know what I stand for because the voters will know what I stand for. I want to detach healthcare from employers, take it over by consumers. I'm telling you that up front. That won't change. So if a PAC offered me money, I'm gonna take it because I know what I stand for. And so do you. You will know what I stand for because I'm saying it in the beginning. When it comes down to artificial intelligence,
Thank you.
I've already written the legislation.
Thank you very much.
I know how to benefit you.
Starting with Mr. McCants. The federal and state minimum wage remains $7.25 per hour, unchanged since 2009. I was 2 years old, still learning how to count. So while productivity and the cost of living have significantly increased, the Tennessee state law government signed a law not allowing local governments like Nashville, Memphis, and other cities to increase their own minimum wage. So, will you support raising the state minimum wage?
I have no issue with supporting an increase in minimum wage. Now, that said, no one can even begin to make a living off of the wages that we have now. We're talking layoffs on a massive scale that's starting not with blue collar, white collar jobs from the top, not from the bottom up. Minimum wage is the absolute wrong discussion. The issue that we should be talking about is how will we leverage the preservation of income and health care as we dictate how artificial intelligence
Thank you very much.
comes into our job space.
Thank you.
Am I the only one that thinks $7.25 is enough? No, I'm just kidding. Of course, that's way up on my platform is raising the minimum wage. I'd like to see $15 statewide to begin with, at least 15. I can't pretend I know the exact amount, but let's go at least 15, probably more in the cities. I think to be a state, for state workers, $20 minimum wage, and and really focus on workers and protect workers' rights. If the state's trying to contract with someone and we're not going to have any affiliation with people who are doing union busting, anything like that, it's important that we shoot for at least 15, and I'd say probably even higher if we do some studies and realize we can do it. We'll of course take into consideration small businesses and the burden that would add to them. But yeah, let's raise that minimum wage.
Yeah, as a small businessman, I say if you can't get it done for $15 an hour, what is it, $20 an hour, do it yourself. If you don't, right now, that's how it is. I mean, $7.25 is an insult. Anybody that's that kind of money needs help somehow. I mean, I know people who are big operators, on farm, thinking farm, and I'm talking about it. And, they pay the workers, almost nothing, and then they expect us taxpayers to pick up the difference. To me, that's just wrong. And, so just pay them in the first place and, do that. Thank you.
As a business owner, the problem is not that simplified. What I would do is increase in my resurrection hope plan, I would increase the minimum wage to $15 with the sliding scale to 21.5 amount every hour. But we have to also go back and look at gentrification. We can only talk about wages, but we have to talk about how people been forced out of their traditional neighborhoods, going into other neighborhoods considered a rural neighborhood. They leave in housing $500 and $600, but they paying $1,800 to $2,200 per day. I mean, per month. So we have to look at the whole holistic approach when it comes to housing. Now, I have created almost 150 houses myself personally as a community developer. Again, as the next governor, we cannot talk about it. We have to be about it. And I hear all these plans, but I was the only one that presented a plan.
As of 2025, sorry, Dr. Butler, as of 2025, Tennessee remains one of the few states that still taxes groceries, disproportionately impacting low-income families. Do you support repealing or editing the state grocery tax?
I support ending the state grocery taxes. It shows up in my Resurrection Hope plan, but also in my plan, when it comes to rural communities, I have a plan where you can put satellite grocery stores in those plans, also to satellite clinics, because we cannot talk about healthcare if we do not talk about accessibility to food. Many people are living in food deserts. So I want to address that. We must be realistic about what we're trying to do. It's not an easy soundbite, and no governor can go in just talking about it.
Now, the grocery tax can be removed really easily. It's not a necessary thing. People, they need to take that tax off and leave it off. They talk about it. They haven't done anything about it for so far. So I think it's time to get something about it and remove it from the tax rate.
Am I the only one who thinks that we should raise the grocery tax? Okay, is that joke funny each time? I'm very against any regressive tax that affects the working class and the people making less money more so than the rich people. So day one, that's already on my day one. If you go to my website, I have a whole policy page. Day one is remove the grocery tax. There's other ways of making money, raising money for the government that doesn't rely on taxing the people who are struggling to get by. We got to close corporate tax loopholes and stuff like that. So yeah, grocery tax, give people access to food. We're one of what, 10 states that still has tax on food. That's embarrassing. Day one, we're done with it.
It's not the easiest question yet. Absolutely, we need to get rid of the grocery tax. There are so many opportunities we have to raise revenue. The primary way to raise revenue is to increase job opportunities for people. When we increase job opportunities, we're paying FICA taxes, we're paying income taxes. Taxes is what drives the nation. It provides fuel to the nation. So yes, we absolutely need to get rid of the grocery tax. But we make up the revenue through job opportunities, through open opportunities. And we have to control how we integrate artificial intelligence into the job space.
Can we start giving candidates a round of applause after each round? Thank you. I am I feel very confident about our primary and our general election this year. So you guys are doing great. We still got a lot more to go through, but keep supporting these people after every round. They're very encouraging. So thank you all, firstly for running as well. Our next question, starting with Mr. McCants. The 1%, the top 1% of Americans hold over 30% of the nation's wealth, highlighting growing inequality. Do you support increasing taxes on the highest tax brackets? And please elaborate on any other parts of your tax reform.
Awesome, thank you. So, my generation, baby boomers, we control 51% of the nation's wealth. We make up 19% of the population. Gen Z and millennials combined make up 43% of our nation's population. They control 10% of wealth.
Thank you very much.
I definitely think that rich people have to pay their fair share. So I want to make sure that the large corporations are paying more taxes than we are. I was talking about it before. I'm all about enticing job creators to come to Tennessee and, give them some incentives and some tax breaks, make sure they do environmental studies to make sure they're not taking a lot of water. And then after they've established and we got new jobs going, make them pay their fair share. It doesn't make sense to have these incentives go on forever. I want to make sure that we cap property taxes. I want to make sure that the working class, the people who really need money to get by, are not being overly taxed. And yes, top 1% should absolutely pay their fair share. And I'm all, to quote Billie Eilish, why are there billionaires?
Yeah, corporations don't pay nearly enough in taxes. We need to change that. We need to put, well, we just need to, get people going when it comes to the tax on the 1%. What good is it, that money in just a few people's hands? It's not helping anybody. There's no reason why they can't pay a lot more. And I think Bernie Sanders has got the right idea there.
I do believe that we need to tax the 1% more so. But let me tell you what is uniquely different about this gubernatorial candidate. I filed a $20 billion lawsuit against the city of Memphis, Shelby County, and the state of Tennessee and the governor for the very cause today. Again, I don't have to talk about it. I've been about it. We need a governor that's going to be bold enough to stand up to the billionaires. We need a governor that's not going to be talking. I have done the research. I'm a public health administration officer. So I know all the problems. I have pulled the state of Tennessee 10 physical budget. So I see the political corruption. That's why I filed that $20 billion lawsuit against the state.
Thank you guys. This next question is a two-parter. About 88% of Tennesseans support universal background checks on every firearm purchase, yet they're still not required. Plus, there have been over 100 mass shootings annually in recent years, including the Covenant School in Nashville in 2023 and the Antioch High School in 2025, fueling debate over assault weapon bans. So, one, will you support implementing background checks? statewide? And two, will you support an assault weapons ban, starting with Dr. Atwood?
Absolutely. I just went to a young man's funeral that got killed in Chevy Farms yesterday. Also, I would repeal the permanent gun bill. Also, I will stop the assault rifle because even in Memphis, you have young people walking around shooting bullets over the young people's head. So I am totally against it. But again, I stood for them because we talk about the people getting killed in Nashville, but we're not talking about the people. 399 people was killed in Memphis in 2027, and no one wants to talk about it. I want to bring back equal opportunity in my policies and not just talk about one group, talk about all. For the people, by the people.
Yeah, I got my head handed to me the other day on an interview. The guy was talking about FOID cards. I said, where I come from, formerly came from, we had to have a FOID card. That's federal, I forget what it stands for. But it does a lot of background checking on people when it comes to buying firearms. And so he gave me, I don't know, this spiel about how the Supreme Court, some state didn't agree with it, said it was wrong, and so forth. But to me, we need to slow down firearms any way we can. I'm not saying take it away or anything of that nature. I own a gun myself. I like to hunt. I'd hate to see that go away. So
Thank you very much.
I'm all, my microphone's louder. I'm all for common sense gun safety reform. I think we can all agree that, something like the Covenant shooting is absolute tragedy, and we can't just do nothing about it, which is what Tennessee keeps doing, is nothing about it. There are programs that we can institute, obviously, background check, yes, we do all these things. I had an interesting interaction with a far-right kind of person who approached me the other day, and he specifically asked me about the AR-15. He's like, I don't want you to take my AR-15s away, and I just posited the question back to him. Well, we can't do nothing, so what do you propose we do in order to make it so that people like you, law-abiding person, clears background checks, can have an assault rifle, but we won't let them get into the hands of people who might cause a mass shooting. He's like, I don't really know, give me a few days to think about it. He hasn't responded. So the point is, if we can do it safely to keep those in the right hands, maybe, but I think we'll probably have to look at an assault rifle. Ban.
I do not support assault weapons, military weapons in a civilian environment. I just don't. Universal background checks, absolutely. I think we're coming into a time now to even still be talking about these types of things when we are at the beginning of a change in society like we have never seen before. I am a firm supporter of artificial intelligence. And if we integrate this tool in the proper way, it will change our lives for the better in so many ways. And I'm looking forward to speaking with you about how we can leverage that technology to address even issues of concerns when it comes to guns and weapons. I look forward to sharing that information with you. Your lives are about to change for the
Thank you
better
very much.
if you embrace it.
About 1 in 5 children in Tennessee faces food insecurity. Will you support implementing universal free school lunch and free school breakfast for all public schools in Tennessee, starting with Mr. McKinsey?
Absolutely. And not only that, under my plan, we will introduce childcare facilities into public schools. We will contract that labor out. We will take people who have been owning and operating childcare facilities and give them opportunities to bring that into our schools. We will provide food for children, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We will help working families with children facing high child care costs. We will be able to do it through the school because we're going to fund schools well beyond what they are in need of right now. They have money being taken out of them, going into private schools. We have to be able to support them,
Thank you.
and we will do that if not late.
Yeah, under my administration, every child in Tennessee will have access to free food for lunch and breakfast. Imagine being hungry, trying to learn, periodic table, and basic arithmetic even. As I said earlier, my goal is to make the school systems the #1 in the system here in Tennessee, in the country. So part of that is making sure kids aren't starving. And also we're talking about affordability. What a way to alleviate some of the stress that families are facing here in Tennessee, making sure that your child will be fed at school. It's an absolute top priority. It's a basic human right.
Yeah, as far as feeding kids goes, it's one of the most important things you can do. I grew up working in elementary for my, scraping trays and whatnot for my lunch. But I don't think you should have to do that when you're a kid. I mean, it's fine if you want to, but to me, there's nothing wrong with feeding feeding kids. And
When we talk about what we will do, I can talk about what I have already done. I feed over 10,000 people every year. I have a free childcare, free food program that's been going on for 25 years with no governmental assistance. So I'm not going to try to tickle your ears and tell you what I'm going to do as a governor. I can tell you what I already have done. I have a proven record of feeding children. Now, with the Tennessee Assistance for Needy Families that Governor Lee will pay off, I'm going to take $50 million of that money and give back to homeless people. Also, children living in cars and hotels. We must again encompass all the children, not just the children we think we can identify. As a public health educator, I want to make it equal to all children, not just some.
Thank you. Now for a fun one. Over 20 states have legalized marijuana. And while it remains illegal federally, 63% of Tennesseans support legalizing cannabis. Starting with Dr. Atwater, will you support legalizing marijuana in Tennessee?
Absolutely, but it's pros and cons to that. When you legalize medical marijuana, that's for people with PSTD and muscular dystrophy and all that stuff. But then you have to look at the con of it. When you put marijuana in the hands of young people walking around with AK-57 or AK-15, and then having mental health problems and conflict resolution. So we have to not just give people an answer because we're running for governor. We have to think this thing through. I do believe in medical marijuana, but I also believe that we need to also look at the whole picture when it comes to our young people. Because I live in Memphis, Tennessee, and you have children smoking marijuana at 7 years of age, walking around with guns. And that's why we have a high crime area.
yeah, my wife and I go back and forth on this all the time. She thinks, oh, marijuana is terrible. I was in the Army. I know it's not the best thing in the world. I see guys go downhill from it, but it's for medical purposes, for now, yeah, no, I'm for it. The only thing that you might think about is whether you want to do it for just legal recreational. Personally, I don't think we get a whole lot against that either, so
I support the full legalization of medical and recreational marijuana. It's 2026. We know that it's not that dangerous of a drug. Of course, there are some dangers we have to consider, but there's plenty of medicinal purposes, and there's no reason why we shouldn't legalize it and get that tax revenue that nearby states are getting from us. It's also, if it's illegal, it's not like people aren't smoking it. So we might as well legalize it, regulate it, and see the profits and the benefits to this, to the state that we can get from that. After being has the whole, pot for potholes, yeah, we can use that money to fix our roads finally, our infrastructure, invest in our Tennessee public education. So it's about time we look forward instead of backward and remove like the boogeyman aspect of medical and recreational marijuana.
I absolutely support legalizing marijuana for medical purposes only. I am not a supporter of legalizing marijuana for recreational purposes. Our nation is faced with enough issues and challenges already that we're trying to work through. I believe it would be a mistake. I believe that there's enough evidence from medical practitioners clearly articulating the benefit of marijuana for medicinal purposes, and I 100% support that. Hands down.
Thank you very much. Starting with Mr. McCants. Abortion is illegal in Tennessee with a strict ban in effect from the moment of conception. The law prohibits abortion with very, very limited exceptions, only to prevent the death or serious irreversible harm of the pregnant person. There are no exceptions for rape or incest, and abortion providers can face felony charges. Will you support full reproductive rights for Tennesseans without restrictions? Sorry, Mr. McCants.
Even as a pastor, what our current administration has done, it is absolutely wrong. This issue is personal to me. What they have done with IVF and how they classify that as wrong, I have evidence present in this room today. Had they had their way, I wouldn't have a grandson. That, what is being done by this administration, it is way out of bounds. I support abortion. I support physicians
Thank you, Mr.
and their patients making those decisions.
I support full return of reproductive rights to women across the state. That's also a basic human right. Imagine thinking that all medical decisions should have to go through people like me, through the government. It's embarrassing that abortion is illegal here. When I'm governor, I will appoint an attorney general who will focus on real crimes and real issues around Tennessee. It will not focus at all, and there will be no prosecution of any patients or doctors for providing healthcare to women. So yes, full return. Eventually, we'll get to full return of reproductive rights. In the meantime, there'll be no criminal prosecutions under my administration.
Yeah, 100%. It should be between a woman and a doctor. That's a given as far as I'm concerned. I don't have a lot to say about it. I mean, I got stuff to say about it. I shouldn't have anything to say about it. It should be up to the woman and not a bunch of politicians telling them what to do on that subject. To me, it's just a matter of common sense. And Walter Cronkite years ago, he came up with the whole idea. That it's time. I mean, time after time, there was some woman, basically wanting him dead because she tried to perform her own abortion. And to me, that's wrong too. I mean, that's wrong. So thank you.
As the only woman on this stage, I feel like a woman have full autonomy of her body. She's not property. The problem with that is the Republicans want us to say we cannot have an abortion. But when the baby's here, they want to cut, snap, and wig. They allow children to live in cars and hotels. So you need to make your mind up. I think as a child at 15 years old, I was raped and I had an abortion. I'm unapologetic about that. That was my decision to do that. With that said, I think that we need to also address domestic violence, because people get pregnant when they get raped. And the women's living up under the bridges, getting raped, and then having to have abortion. So again, this is multi-layered, and we have to address it from a holistic point of view.
Thank you very much. So our last question. Starting at what? Over 220,000 Tennesseans are a part of the LGBTQ plus community. And around, of those 220,000, around 31,000 Tennesseans identify as transgender. Do LGBTQ plus and transgender citizens deserve equal protection and access under law? And what policies would you sign to support that?
Absolutely. Matter of fact, in my resident hope plan, I support the LGBT community. Matter of fact, already I give housing and food supplements for them. I have fought for over 10 years fighting for their cause, and I will continue to fight. And I don't have to be a governor to fight for people. I believe in giving people back their democracy. So you don't have to be grandstanding for me. I see a lot of times gubernatorial candidates go out when they campaigning, but I've been there 25 years fighting for them.
Yeah, LGBTQ, to me, says you choose who you want to live. I mean, to me, that's a given. You just have to accept that I was in the military. Okay, well, military, you know, how they feel back then. Sometimes they're not always on the right side of a lot of issues. To me, they were on the wrong side of that. You know, as far as well, they were just on the wrong side of it, so thank you.
The LGBTQ plus community will have an advocate, full advocate in me as governor. They are going to be welcome here. They're part of our society. They make our whole civilization more warm and nice and great. They're a welcome part. Yeah, so what was I gonna say? Again, just like I said with the Attorney General, I'm going to appoint an Attorney General who will not prosecute any of these anything against them. We're going to use all the power we have as governor to undo all the cruel and heartless, horrible legislation that has just gone through, like the, where you feel like anyone who has a transgender operation or any kind of treatment, they have to register. We're going to get rid of that. We're going to do everything we can to undo the cruelty. Again, my administration is focusing on humanity, compassion, looking forward, and welcoming people. We're going to be a state that is, welcomes people of all walks of life. That's going to be the new Tennessee. We're going to,
I think it's an absolute shame that we have to have a question surrounding would we support protect people. That's a shame. I'm in the business of loving people. I'm in the business of doing everything in my power to help people enjoy the fullness of life to the fullness of their ability. They have been granted grace by the God that I serve to breathe on this earth. Whatever I can do within my ability to do it, I will do it. Here.
Thank you all very much. We do have time for a closing statement. Thank you all very much. We do have time for a closing statement. We are giving you all 30 seconds for your closing statement, starting with Mr. McCants.
Well, if I've learned nothing else, and you can probably clearly see this guy is not a politician, and I didn't enter this race to become one. I entered this race as a voter fed up, wanting to make a change. I felt like I needed to do research and preparation and be prepared when I come in. I did that for 20 plus years in corporate America, preparing before I come in.
Thank you very much.
government is supposed to be by the people, for the people. I'm a people. I'm running to offer you guys the choice of someone like you from the community stepping up and trying to do big things, trying to throw away the old playbook and trying to shake things up around here. So if you like what I've got going on, vote for Ditch.
Yeah, thank you very much. By all rights, whatever you want to call it, I shouldn't be standing up here today. Long time ago, 45 years ago, I had a serious stroke, okay? Took me a long time to get over it, but, as you can see, I didn't wait, got pretty close. And, I feel like we did okay. Thank you.
As the next governor, I am the people's governor. My name is Dr. Carnita Atwater. I want to make Tennessee whole again. Housing, healthcare, and healthy living. We can make up empty promises all day long, but I have a proven record of what I have done with the people. I have stood by the people for 40 years, and I will continue to stand by the people as your next governor. Think about it. On Monday, I will be releasing my new webpage, Atwater for Governor, number 4governor.com. And you will see that I have the most comprehensive plan ever.
Round of applause to all our candidates. You will be able to meet them outside in the hallway, talk to them, ask them questions, maybe even come and intern for them. And we will begin our U.S. Senate candidate forum at 4 p.m. sharp. So please stay in your seats, get back to your seats at 4 p.m. We'll be right back. Thank you guys very much. joining us back again with the U.S. Senate Forum. Can we please give a round of applause for our U.S. Senate 2026 candidates? Again, just wanted to shout out, thank you to the Tennessee Caller for live streaming this to all its audience. So across the states, people will be watching in. Thank you to the Tennessee Caller again, for all of you. I'm going to be introducing our candidates individually, just to give everyone a little bit of a sense of the background. A Memphis environmentalist, activist, founder of Selling Justice, Environmental Justice Committee Chair for the Tennessee Sierra Club, and former Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate in 2020. Please welcome Marquita Bradshaw. A Nashville leader, serving as the executive director, previously serving as the executive director of the Tennessee Democratic County Chair Association, and former political director for a congressional race, and former director of party affairs for the Tennessee Democratic Party for over 10 years. Please welcome Maria Brewer. And once again, a production supervisor from Murfreesboro and a former independent Senate candidate, also a current candidate for governor for Tennessee as well, Kevin Lee McCants. A Rossville middle school teacher, former vice chair of the Fayette County Public Schools Board of Education, and chair of the Fayette County Democratic Party. Please welcome Sybil Miller Watkins. An Antioch worker in healthcare compliance, higher education, public policy, and founder of the Youth Training Culture and Sustainability Project and DC Consult International, and former organizer of the U.S. Africa Business Opportunities Exchange Conference. Please welcome Diana Olga Jeff. Some basic rules for this. Each candidate will receive equal speaking time, so you will all have 60 seconds to respond to every single question. Candidates may receive 30 seconds for rebuttal only if their name is mentioned by another candidate. We ask the audience to please hold applause until all candidates finish speaking per question. And we, after we all remain respectful of each other, we are a big tent party, and we should be pretty proud of that. So, for your first question slash task, please, starting with Ms. Bradshaw, give us your opening statement. 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Marquita Bradshaw. I grew up in Memphis, Tennessee, down the street from a military landfill. I have seen my great-grandmother pass away from cancer, and my mom recently passed away a couple of years ago from kidney failure. Right now, we have to move with urgency because we have a climate emergency, we have an economy emergency, and what's wrong is it's not working for working people. As a working class candidate running for U.S. Senate, I am willing to work hard to win for working people, for policies that work for working people.
Hi, I'm Maria Brewer. I'm running for U.S. Senate because I couldn't just stand by and watch the powers that be drive our country into the ground. Now, I'm just an ordinary eldest daughter from an ordinary working class family. And I think it's high time that we start to send ordinary people to DC, because if we're going to be represented, the elite billionaire class is not getting the job done. And I just want to thank the young Dems, high school Dems, college Dems. You all are a massively important part of the Democratic Party here in Tennessee, no matter what anybody else might say. And the fact that you've put on these forums and you're doing all this work really proves it. Thank you, Jacob.
Good afternoon. And again, thank you so much for hosting this event. My name is Kevin Lee McCants. I am the first candidate to ever run for both governor and the U.S. Senate in the same election cycle. That's no stunt. That's about making certain that we have the policies that will enable us to execute at a state level. There's not one single thing we can accomplish at the governor's level if we don't have alignment of policies being presented at the federal level. I have over 20 some odd years working in corporate America. They are not an enemy, not if you understand them. I understand them. And I am looking forward.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Sybil Miller Watkins, and I'm running for U.S. Senate. Well, I'm not running for U.S. Senate because Republicans right now are keeping us sicker, poorer, and less safe. So we just got to make sure that we send people who understand and have a perspective that will lead legislation. I'm a mom of 8, a grandma of 13. I'm an 8th grade math teacher. I have students in college. I have a student in high school, and I have young people who are trying to make it in this economy. When gas is too high, groceries are too high, healthcare is unaffordable. It is time for us to make sure that not only we can afford our future, that we build a future for our future, our children. Thank you.
My name is Diana Onijaka. I am a first generation African American woman. And that's very important, especially during ACE moments. What this administration has done to the immigration or to the immigrant population, as well as to underserved communities, is absolutely horrific. And I have also been impacted by it. I am running for United States Senate with my modern caregiving economy to fight what this administration has done. And I've got solutions ready to tackle.
Thank you all very much. We will be going in a snake order, so we'll be starting with Ms. Amin Jakev to begin this first question. Tariffs have historically been used in the U.S. to protect domestic industries, generate revenue, and influence trade relationships, but they can also raise costs for consumers and businesses, as Tennesseans have felt over the past year. So as of 2025 and 2026, tariffs remain a key economic tool, but studies estimate recent U.S. tariffs have raised consumer prices by anywhere from $300 to $1,000 per household and increased costs for American manufacturers relying on imports. Do you support increasing, decreasing, or maintaining current tariff levels on imported goods?
I believe that we need to get away from the craziness of tariffs and start putting our focus and attention on small businesses and the impact of some of these policies. So no, I will not be supporting more tariffs on our small businesses, higher tariffs, or even moderate tariffs. I am asking that I am seeking to ensure that our businesses are protected, that our farmers are also protected. These tariffs have devastated our economy and have devastated our farmers. So I am in the business of protecting them. So the answer is
Well, when we talk about tariffs, we do realize that a tariff is simply a tax. Well, I'm from Fayette County, and we have a lot of farmers, and Tennessee is an agricultural state. We have a son that is getting an ag business major. And so when I think about tariffs, I think about what it does to people. So if we care about people, then we don't want to do things that's going to harm people. And so tariffs harm people. We've got to get away from that. But the only way we can do that is if we send enough senators to be able to take the Senate. So nothing we say up here is possible unless we have enough senators to make a change. And I am here to make that change.
We certainly realize that what this administration has done with tariffs has been absolutely brutal to the average, everyday working person. We absolutely don't need tariffs. We need to get rid of them. Now, one of the things that I'm prepared to do, we've got to make sure that as we bring forth new technology like artificial intelligence, we can leverage that technology to increase revenue, to do it in a way that makes certain that jobs are still protected, healthcare is still protected as we integrate artificial intelligence into the workplace. It's the missing opportunity, and my plan intends to leverage it to its fullest.
Thank you, Jacob. Tariffs in the hands of Donald Trump and his accomplices have created two things for us. First, a corruption tax that reaches its hand into our pockets every time we pump a tank of gas, every time we go to the grocery store. The other thing it's done is created an automatic pay to play for countries that want to get extra special treatment from the Trump regime. When he puts a tariff out, he shakes up the whole world. When he pulls it back, people get what they want. And that's the kind of misuse and abuse of power that's happening right now because the business of we the people isn't being tended to.
We need to move away from tariffs and more towards policies that shape trade agreements that protect farmers, that protect working people, and bring in jobs and move us from an economy that depends on fossil fuels. We cannot keep talking about what Donald Trump is doing. We need to bring a solution. No, you cannot support the tariffs as they are right now. We need trade agreements that's going to protect the working people of Tennessee and the United States of America. Go to marquitabradshaw.com to learn more about our policies.
Thank you all very much. Starting with Ms. Bradshaw. Healthcare costs remain one of the biggest concerns for Americans, with many struggling to afford insurance, prescriptions, and just basic care. Tennessee remains as one of the 10 states without Medicaid expansion. And as of 2025, nearly 650,000 Tennesseans remain uninsured, and federal healthcare spending exceeds $4.5 trillion, the highest per capita in the world. In the U.S. Senate, what specific policy changes in the healthcare system would you vote for, including Medicare for all, public option, etc.?
We need a single payer healthcare center, a system. When I was working for the union, we laid the groundwork for what we know as the American Affordable Care Act, and we saw those things being stripped away. As right now, we know more than ever that people need health care, whether you have a job or you're working independently as self-employed. I've seen things happen personally to the people I love, not being able to afford health care, like my friend fighting cancer, and her medicine costs $35,000 a month. If we move to a single payer system, whether it's whether you call it Medicare for all or universal health care, it's the same thing. Go to marquitabradshaw.com to learn more about our policies and volunteer and donate.
Without a healthy America, what can we possibly accomplish? We are purposely being kept sicker or by billionaire class that just wants us to work, doesn't want us to have liberty and justice for all. As a US Senator, I'll join with others that have already put out amazing plans that keep being beaten back. We all deserve gold standard healthcare. There's no way that anyone should have to watch a loved one die because of a treatment they can't afford. A cancer diagnosis should mean excellent care. It shouldn't mean bankruptcy. And you shouldn't have to pay $600 to buy an inhaler just so your child can breathe. It absolutely has to be addressed immediately because lives are hanging in the balance right now.
I was speaking with an individual recently. They had taken their annual physical. It came back, the doctor told them that he needed to send the person to a cardiologist. The person goes to the cardiologist, finds out that they now have to pay $6,000 for the echocardiogram. Insurance pays 80%. The individual now has to pay the other 20%. The individual can't even get to a diagnosis because they can't pay for the test. It is entirely too much. Under my plan, we must detach healthcare from employers, control it as consumers, bring everybody under the same umbrella. And I will show you the details of how we'll make it happen.
Thank you very much.
You know, I live in rural Tennessee. And what we know about rural Tennessee is that the majority of the hospitals that closed in Tennessee were in rural Tennessee. Well, where I live, we have to decide if we can find a doctor and not have to drive 35 minutes. There's not a hospital, so there is no urgent care. So when we talk about healthcare, we not only need to think about the cost of it, but we got to make sure that folks aren't having to travel so far just to find a doctor. That women have access to healthcare when they're pregnant. That men and boys have healthcare so they can get their physicals. When I talk about healthcare, I'm talking about from a lived experience. I have a 90-year-old mother-in-law that lives with me. Well, we're talking Medicare. Medicare for all is awesome. I know what it does for her. I know what it can do for us. So it is about making sure that everybody in Tennessee, especially our rural citizens, our rural neighbors, have the ability to get to a doctor and they're not choosing between food and medicine. Because in the end, healthcare
Thank you.
cannot be about cost.
I believe that every individual in Tennessee and in this country should have access to healthcare. But we can't talk about access to healthcare unless we talk about reform. I am going to go to DC and ensure that we reform every area of government, including our healthcare infrastructure. And that comes with the Administrative Procedure Act. That is something that we don't talk about enough. That particular legislation or that particular set of laws will ensure that we address the issue of individuals not having access to healthcare. So as your next United States Senator, I'm going to reform our government, reform our healthcare infrastructure so that every individual has access to healthcare. So if you're asking or wondering whether or not I support having individuals in this state have access, yes, everyone has access to healthcare.
Let me close this door real quick for fun. Sorry, I just want to make sure Bill Haggerty's not spying on us right now. So, you never know. So beginning with Ms. Anja on the far side, access to high quality public education from early childhood through higher education continues to shape economic opportunity and long-term individual outcomes. Will you vote for increased funding and accessibility for public education for all? And do you have any other specific policies regarding public education?
Absolutely. First and foremost, I support education at a very early age, but also, which is pre-K. But I also believe that we need to go further than just pre-K. Education starts at as early as 1. My policies, the modern caregiving economy, will provide the infrastructure for every family to provide education to their children at a very early age. Yes, high quality education is important, but so is preparation for the school system. We're not preparing our youth enough and early enough to be able to access education and access it and fully and be benefit from it. So I am going to absolutely back legislation that supports high quality education from a very early age, but I'm also bringing in policies that will ensure that our children get educated
Thank you.
earlier than pre-K.
Well, as a teacher and as a mom who has a senior who's graduating in a couple of weeks and a senior in college who's graduating, let me tell you about education. First of all, we know that the Republicans have dismantled the Department of Education. So I can't, as a US Senator, tell you what Tennessee is going to do about education, but I can tell you what I'll fight for. I'll fight to make sure we do have universal pre-K, because in my county, they just cut out pre-K. I'll make sure that teachers get paid what they're worth and the work that they do. And teachers are professionals, no matter what anyone else says, Republicans. And then when we think about our children, it's not just about getting them through the 12th grade, it's about college. Loans now, going to college is almost insurmountable when you talk about the cost. So making sure that our students have access to money so that they can then have the education. And if we have an educated America, an educated Tennessee,
Thank you.
then we wouldn't stand for all the foolishness and chaos that we see now.
You know, one of the things that's truly dear to my heart is how do we make sure that we not only educate our kids, but it's how do we leverage the funding? Under my plan, we will begin to help kids identify not just what likes are, but what are their natural aptitudes, their natural God-given talents and gifts. They may not even know that. I want to encourage you all to go to the website, uscience.com. It's a site that helps us to identify what their natural talents are. Now we're going to ensure that the value we get for them is absolutely maximized.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jacob. You know, I was the first person in my family to get a four-year degree. My dad was an auto mechanic. My mom was a labor and delivery nurse. Myself and my sisters, we all had the ability to get financial aid, go away to school, and start our lives. And it feels like those opportunities have been clawed back. It feels like that ladder to success has been pulled up for so many people. That is intentional to keep us from being able to have powerful education and do our job as a member of a democracy. It's not an accident that they changed the categorization so that people in professions that need to go get a master's degree weren't going to be able to get the financial aid that they need. And it's no accident that those professions, social
Thank you.
and education, are dominated by women.
My grandfather was a sharecropper that eventually got his PhD. I eventually got my degree as a single mother. And education was unaffordable then, and it's unaffordable now. Right now, we are facing many challenges as AI has already come online in a lot of things, especially in a logistical town like Memphis. A lot of jobs are going to disappear. That's the reason why we need an educational system that expands public education to make sure we have a lifelong learning system that supports people for the future and to solve the problems of today so people can thrive in the future. Just imagine if public
Thank you.
education included technical schools and colleges.
Thank you very much. Starting with Ms. Bradshaw. Immigration enforcement, including the role of ICE, remains one of the most debated issues in federal policy. Balancing border security with humanitarian concerns. As of 2025, ICE oversees the detentions of tens of thousands of people documented or not, newborns or elderly daily, while the U.S. faces a backlog of over 2 million immigration cases. Do you believe ICE should be abolished, reformed, or maintained? And what policy would you support to make the immigration process more efficient?
ICE should not, immigration control enforcement should not exist right now in the form that it is doing right now in Memphis. Right now, we have an unsafe task force that's occupying us, that's tearing families apart, and even deporting people who are legally here. That is an erosion on democracy. This America was built to attract immigrants for a better life. And if we had an immigration system that centered humanity instead of tearing families apart, where they actually, we would decentralize how people go before judges and to actually hear their immigration cases, so it can get done faster, and we will not see the erosion of humanity
Thank you.
and the continuation of families being ripped apart.
ICE says it's being used today as a secret police force to enact political division and using immigrants. The absolute core of this nation is allowing people to come for a better life. Scapegoating immigrants in this country is an abomination. So absolutely, ICE as it's used today has to be abolished. It's illegal. They break our constitution in cities like Memphis and Minneapolis and other places that don't make it on the news. And we all have to stand up to make that happen. That's why we're running campaigns to become a movement, to get ordinary people's needs taken care of, bring families back together, and stop this absolute horror of a secret police force doing the bidding of our president.
You know, this issue with ICE, it takes me back when our children were small. The relationship that my wife built with local law enforcement, introducing our kids to law enforcement agents, to police officers, letting them know who they were. That built trust, and it made certain that they didn't fear reaching out to the police. Today, under this application of ICE, it absolutely destroys trust. When you have law enforcement wearing masks, that is the absolute opposite of what we try to build in our kids. Under my policies, we would absolutely bring about reform through legislation.
You know, when ICE first came about, people were likening them to institutions in Germany and things of that nature. Well, I liken it to slave patrols that we had right here in America. They just re-institutionalized slave patrols. So when we think about it, what did slave patrols do? They ripped families apart. They held people unjustly. They did all the things that ICE is doing now. They just didn't wear masks. Now ICE is wearing a mask. So absolutely ICE needs to go away. But more importantly, we need a comprehensive plan in order to allow people to come to this country legally and be American citizens. That's why we have the Statue of Liberty, right? Bring us your huddled masses. And at the feet of this Statue of Liberty are those chains that were broken because it was given to us because slaves were set free. So let's begin to set people free so that people can be Americans in the greatest country, no matter what the Republicans are doing to it right now.
Thank you.
We're still the greatest country and we welcome everyone.
I support reform ICE. Here's why. ICE, the individuals who've been working with ICE need to be held accountable. Reform brings accountability. We need to know what these people have been failing to do and why they've been doing what they've been doing. We have foreign nationals on US soil and American citizens who are working in tandem with foreign nations and targeting first generation, second generation Americans. I know this personally. So no, I will not support abolishing ICE because I want to hold people accountable. We need to find out why they've been doing it. A lot of times why they've been targeting these people is because of land and property abroad. This is the part of the conversation that I'm telling you all about. Also, I will be reforming immigration. I've already begun this process. I introduced a legislative proposal last year
Thank you.
that addresses immigration and ICE.
Starting with Ms. Onyecheka, as of 2025, Tennessee faces a housing shortage of over 51,000 low-income housing. 51,000 units of low-income housing. There are only 42 rental homes affordable for every 100 low-income households in Tennessee. Across America, the median rent is increased from to over 20% since 2020, outpacing wage growth. How should the federal government, lower the cost of housing?
First and foremost, one way to do that is to actually help renovating the properties that we have out here, especially in rural parts of Tennessee. They need to renovate those old beat down homes and buildings and turn them into livable spaces. We also need to increase the wages in our country. That means opening up a new business sector. I believe in amplifying our tech and space industries, as well as our agricultural sectors. By doing this, and also building more homes, affordable homes that people can actually live in. By doing these things, working with bridging the gap for affordable homes by increasing business as well as making homes available to our citizens, we'll be able to tackle this affordable housing issue.
Well, as a mom, I have a couple of young adults who are looking for housing, and so they ended up having to have roommates. So what we know about our economy today is a lot of our kids can't just go out on their own like we did and have rent at $500. Rent is on average at about $1,200. That means that you need a $14,000 at least salary. That's just your rent. That's not everything else that's included. And one thing that the federal government can do is have a more robust policy that talks about corporations can't buy housing. Because when corporations buy the houses, they charge more rent. Not only do we need to build affordable houses, but we need to define what affordability is. In my neck of the woods, an affordable home with air quotes is $450,000. Well, that's not affordable. So first we have to define affordability. Then we have to make sure that people can actually afford them. How do you afford them? Well, you have to have a job that pays you so you can afford a home. There are a lot of folk out here who want to live in a house, but they rent instead. We've just got to make America more affordable.
You know, when we talk about affordability, I believe it's truly bigger than just having enough money to buy eggs, and bread, and milk. Affordability is also about having sufficient savings that enables you to tackle unexpected events that occur in emergency situations. Affordability is about knowing how to manage your liabilities so that you can be approved for additional assets, cars, homes, credit. Now, how do we make that happen? Our economy operates cyclically, and we have an opportunity to do an economic reset to reestablish every household in this nation.
income disparity in this nation has never been higher, maybe since the golden age. People didn't expect to own their own homes then, they rented. Now, middle-class people have the majority of their savings, the majority of their investments in their own homes. And people are no longer able to go out and get a home. We need one thing, first and foremost. People need to be able to get paid more money. We need to raise minimum wage, and we need to catch up. For middle-class employees, they see their CEOs making so many times more than what they make. Of course, nobody can afford a home. We've got to protect homeowners' current values in their homes, and we've got to build more homes so that people can live healthy, safe lives.
It was through policy that I am now a homeowner over 16 years. That first time home buyer program that was implemented by President Obama then gave me a piece of happiness that I'm working on my garden right now. Let me tell you something. It's policies that has affected every aspect of my life, and it's been policies that I've been fighting for working people for over 30 years. Not only do you need affordable housing, but you need healthy housing. We actually need not to depend on the fossil energy to fuel our homes because it's becoming unsustainable. And so not only do we need affordable homes, but we need homes that move us into the future away from fossil fuels into clean energy. Because if you can't afford your energy bill, you're not going to stay in your house. And of course, you need to raise the minimum wage.
Starting with Ms. Bradshaw. The Trump administration is in charge of executing laws, yet they break the law every single day. Legal experts and analysis noted the unprecedented rates of non-compliance with judicial rulings, with the administration accused of defying or resisting court orders in approximately 34% of analyzed cases, and as of July of 2025. How will you uphold the rule of law in the Senate and keep a check on the president?
No one is above the law. The problem now is that we don't have enough U.S. senators that are courageous enough to hold Trump and his cronies accountable. And they have been making policies to benefit billionaires and not working people. And so right now, the best way to hold Trump and all those other people who are making these unlawful acts accountable is elect more U.S. senators that will have integrity and that will fight for working people. And my name is Marquita Bradshaw, and I'm ready to fight for working people. Go to marquitabradshaw.com.
Jacob, could you read the question again?
Absolutely. How will you uphold the rule of law in the Senate and keep a check on the president?
As a US Senator, our job will be to stop the corruption that's going on now. You're absolutely right, Jacob. They act with impunity. They do not care for the Constitution. And they have rigged the game so that the checks and balances that we're supposed to have when the executive branch loses itself, Congress and the courts are all in the pocket of a rigged system. We have to get in there, represent working people, represent ordinary people. And this is a movement happening all over the country. This is a wave election. We have to get disengaged voters paying more attention to what's happening, because when they sideline themselves, we end up with corruption. We don't get out there and fight for our democracy, we will not have it anymore.
Thank you.
Our nation is being run on executive orders. That is not what the Constitution established. We have a Congress, we have legislators, we have senators for a reason to do a job. And when you abdicate your responsibility and give it over to the executive branch, you just made yourself of none effect. We have to have legislators that will step into the room, do the job, not allow the executive branch to run the nation on executive orders. You have to do the job. I'm Kevin Lee McCants, and I'm prepared to do the job.
Well, I'm a Boy Scout mom, like we have 6 Eagle Scouts. And the one thing we do is we pledge the Scout law. And so our children are learning that they have to be trustworthy and loyal and helpful and kind and all of those wonderful things that we are not noticing in our government. So it's not just about holding the guy at 1600 Avenue accountable, Pennsylvania Avenue accountable. It's about holding Republicans accountable. They are making us sicker, poorer, and less safe. It's not just about him. So we need to send a whole group of senators, Democratic senators, and give us the power in order to hold all of those folk accountable. Make them realize that what they have done is destroyed trust. They've destroyed the kindness that we kind of thought we had in our country. They have gotten rid of listen, trust is so important. So if we want to make a change, we've got to send a bunch of senators to clean house for everybody.
I can tell you that I have not begun the fight. I am in the fight. I have introduced a legislative proposal called the Civil Rights Privacy and Protection. This particular legislation will hold legislators accountable from the federal level down to the state level. This administration is influencing the legislation that our state is introducing and passing every single day, including targeting our trans and gay individuals. It is absolutely unacceptable what they've been doing to the people in this state. And what I will do is I will introduce that legislation and hold them accountable. It is not enough to say, let's hold them accountable. We need a roadmap. And that piece of legislation is the roadmap that we will use to start holding folks accountable.
Starting with Ms. Ayagaga, since the landmark 2010 Citizens United decision in the Supreme Court, outside political spending has surged to over $4.5 billion per election cycle. And as of 2025, corporate PACs and large donors still account for a significant share of federal campaign funding, raising concerns about influence. Do you support overturning Citizens United, and will you or have you taken any corporate PAC funding?
So I haven't taken any PAC money. But I will say this is that the people have to speak with their own dollars. If you don't want legislators going to PACs or taking PAC money, you've got to outpace them. That's the key. The key is the people. The people have to show with their dollars the seriousness of what it is that they're investing in or they're talking about investing in. I get citizens all the time who say that they support me, that they'll vote for me. But I tell them that in order for me to do the things that you want me to do, you've got to invest in this campaign. You've got to invest in me. And it comes with dollars. So to answer your question, I'm going to turn it back on the people and say, how serious are you about your candidates? Do you want big business controlling your lives? If you don't want them controlling your lives, you've got to invest in candidates. Invest in me.
One of the most terrible things that ever happened in politics in America was Citizens United it allowed folks who really had no concern for anyone but themselves to pour dollars upon dollars upon dollars into campaigns to get their folk elected. And it's not them. They only have one vote as well. So if everyone has one vote, then everyone should have one vote and not make your dollars cause your vote to be outsized. So when we think about that, we have to begin to invest in campaigns and candidates. I was asked that question last night, and I told the neighbor that I was talking to, well, it is up to the citizens, our neighbors, to make sure we don't have to take PAC money. You still want us to call you. We still want to knock on your door. We still gonna drive the miles. We still gonna print the signs. We're gonna mail you a postcard. All that costs money. You want to
Thank
see
you.
us on TV? It costs money. So invest in your candidate.
In my opinion, if you don't know what you stand for, you'll fall for anything. The key for me regarding PAC money, and yes, I would take it. And the reason that I would take it is because I know what I stand for before I go to Washington. I will say to the voters what I will do before I go to Washington. Money comes with a price. I'm not willing to pay it. But if you want to offer me money, I will absolutely take it. But I will say what I stand for before I get to Washington. So it won't change when I get to Washington. But yes, I will take the PAC money.
Citizens United, sorry, Citizens United is the worst court decision of modern American history. It laid the backdrop for the corruption that we're experiencing now. And by the way, I won't take PAC money from APAC. Any PAC that approaches me with a donation will be looked at for transparency and make sure they're doing the work of democracy. The reason why our legislators are listening more to corporations than to us is because of the corruption that started with Citizens United. It's got to be overturned. We've been working on it for a long time, and we can see now the fruits of that corruption.
I do not support Citizens United, and I will overturn it as a U.S. Senator. The donations that have come to this movement to have a working class senator in the U.S. Senate has come from working people. And sometimes it's not a whole lot of money, but I appreciate it because every $2, $1 helps us reach more working class voters. Right now, we need campaign finance reform. And that only happens when people are more engaged than corporations. And right now, this is our time as working people to shape what it is that we want to see on a federal level with the candidate that we see. My name is Marquita Bradshaw, and I'm ready right now for you to send me to fight for working people.
A follow-up question to the last one. We only take a yes or no answer on this. So I'll start with Ms. Bradshaw. We'll go around. It is a yes or no, no extra paragraphs. I know politicians like to do that sometimes. So as of 2025, over half of Congress are millionaires, and stock trading by members continues to raise conflict of interest concerns. Will you own or trade any stocks while in office? Ms. Bradshaw, I'll start with you.
I don't own any stocks right now. I just work for my money, so.
No.
No, I would not.
No, I believe in the Constitution.
Starting with Ms. Anajaga. The federal and state minimum wage remains $7.25 per hour, unchanged since 2009, when I was 2 years old, still learning how to read and count. Thank you. And while productivity and cost of living have significantly increased, the Tennessee state government took advantage of this and signed a law not allowing local governments to increase their own minimum wage. So we're all $7.25. Will you vote to raise the federal minimum wage? And if so, what is your ideal amount?
Yes, absolutely. And I would probably say around 20. Simple.
Anyone?
That's my response.
$7. As a teacher, we make less than 50,000 when you start. And so what I do understand is the power of a dollar. You can only stretch it so far. As a mom who raised and wife who raised 8 kids, I know the power of stretching a dollar. But in this economy with inflation, someone being able to stretch that minimum wage as far as it needs to go is nearly impossible. So yes, we need to raise the minimum wage. And what I've learned about in research is what will make America more affordable would be a minimum wage between 15 and 21.20. So somewhere off in there. Once again, nothing can happen unless we send Democrats to the Senate. Nothing can happen unless we send Democrats to the Senate and we take the House.
It is unfortunate to me that we have to talk about a minimum wage. For me, it's more important to spend time defining the legislation that will integrate AI into the job space. We will make the property of humans, the knowledge, the cognitive skills of humans, their intellectual property, not employers. That alone is a game changer. We're not talking minimum wage to get into price spirals. All that does is causes employers to then jack up prices, and we get into that spiral.
Thank you.
We need a minimum wage of no less than $15 an hour and more than that in many, many places. Of course, cost of living varies from one area of the country to another, and there's nothing wrong with taking that kind of detailed look at a wage that pays people in a dignified way. Now, we also need to have programs that support small business owners. Folks that want to hire and expand their businesses can enjoy tax rebates to help them to meet those payroll costs. We have to center people so that we can center our democracy. If we're not taking care of what people make so they can afford a home, so they can go to school, so they can start a small business and then hire people and then expand and create more prosperity in this country, then we aren't taking care of anything at all.
The living wage has not kept up with inflation or the cost of living. Because the people who set the minimum wage don't make the minimum wage. They're billionaires. They are ultra rich. They have never had to get paid $4.25 an hour when I first started working, or when I was looking for part-time work to take care of my mom, $7.25. They've never had to take care of a home or a household at that. So it's not important to them. That is the reason why we need to send a working person like myself to the United States Senate with lived experience to understand that it's supposed to be at $35 an hour if you would have kept up with everything. So what do we need to do? We need to make at least 15, and we need to implement a cost of living index where it automatically raises, where it doesn't depend on billionaires And that's the reason why we need working people to represent working people.
Starting with Ms. Bradshaw, the top 1% of Americans hold over 30% of the nation's wealth, highlighting growing inequality. Will you vote to increase taxes on the highest tax brackets, and please also specify your full tax reform plan?
I will tax billionaires because they need to be, right? And the full reform would be to look at when people have multiple assets over a certain amount of when they own land over millions of dollars, that they need to be taxed for that, right? And we need to make sure that we not only tax them for being billionaires, but also not give them tax breaks like Elon Musk and Meta that's poisoning our air and making our utility bills go up. Right now, we are at the point where this climate emergency in our economy can no longer have billionaires controlling the choices that affect America.
Thank you.
I will absolutely tax billionaires. The US Senate has been in the hands of an elite exclusive group for far too long. I believe that Elizabeth Warren has a wonderful program. I would say I would endorse her program, but I'm going to wait on that to see what happens after this wave election comes through. There's no need for us to beat around the bush. If ordinary people aren't being represented in our government today, we're going to continue to lose our democracy unless we start to tax billionaires and bring power back to the people. We don't have a chance.
I'm not an advocate of adding taxes. I am an advocate of supporting, bringing on board artificial intelligence so that we can leverage our own intellectual property. And as we train our AI replacement, we get paid. And according to section 197 of the tax law, we get paid for 15 years for not being present. Now we can find other employment, but not as a W-2 wage earner,
Thank you.
as a Schedule C income earner.
Thank you.
And I look forward to talking with you about it.
Well, I sat on the school board. I was on the school board for 5 years, and what I understood about taxes was that it helped our local county commission pay for our school system. So you got money from the feds, you got money from the state, and you got money from your local funding body. And what I understand about taxes is something that helps us pave roads, put street signs up, and do all of those types of things. Well, we have to remember, the Republicans passed the one big ugly bill that changed our tax code. So the first thing we've got to do is, number one, we got to figure out how much damage that did and how much of it we can repeal. And once we repeal it, then we begin to build a tax structure that includes the top 1%, because they live in this country just like we do. And if I pay taxes as a teacher, and my son pays taxes as a student worker, and my husband pays taxes as an AI instructor, then by golly, the 1% need to pay taxes too. Because if we're all in America, we all need to help fund America.
I believe in fairness. So we need to have fairness in how we tax. This includes protecting our investments, including IRAs And also, we need to make sure that we have the capacity to still receive investments in general. So I do believe in taxing fairly. And also, but in order to do that, we've got to close tax loopholes as well as protect our investments.
Uh, Starting with Ms. Anyajaka, two-part question. There have been over 100 mass shootings annually in recent years, including the Covenant School in 2023 and the Antioch High School in 2025, fueling debate over assault events. Also, about 88% of Tennesseans support universal background checks, yet they are still not required for all firearm purchases. Will you both vote to implement universal background checks on every firearm purchase, and will you vote to ban assault weapons?
I'm going to vote for reasonable laws. I'm going to vote for reasonable laws. But the thing that I'm going to be really arguing is that we need to talk, aside from assault weapons, we have to talk about the family structure. The family unit is the root cause of all of these issues that we see today. I'm leading a family first movement in Tennessee, and hopefully it takes off nationwide. This is where our problems lie. So we can talk about assault weapons and registrations, or what was it that you said?
Assault weapon bans and universal background checks.
And universal background checks. But we've also got to talk about family units, strengthening our family centers, or family units, as well as mental health. The mental health issues in this country are astronomical. We don't talk enough about that, and it's stigmatized. We have to destigmatize mental health issues.
Thank you.
I keep going back to being a teacher, because one thing that Tennessee requires schools to do is to have an active shooter. And you've never known the fear that a student can have when you have to actually have a drill. And then me as a teacher standing there like, oh my gosh. So if something happens, can I really protect this baby? You know, at that point, I'm deciding that I'm going to protect this baby, and then what happens to me? So when we talk about guns and gun safety, I'm a Boy Scout. We have guns, and guns, you know, do useful things. People hunt. But we have to talk about it in the frame of gun safety. How can we make sure that people are safe? How can we make sure that everybody can have their recreation? They can hunt, they can do all those things. I grew up on a farm. I hunt for deer, cool things. I don't clean them. I never shot anything, but I was there. So when we think about guns, we have to think about the gun safety.
Thank
And
you.
it will include background checks, safes, and things of that nature.
I am absolutely an advocate and supporter of universal background checks. I am not a supporter of automatic weapons being used in civilian lifestyle, weapons that are used in the military to be present in civilian life. Absolutely, I don't support it.
We need to do so much more than ban a single category of a single type of weapon. My grandfather taught me to shoot. He was an NRA member. If he were alive today, he would tear up that NRA membership. We've got to address the culture of violence that is setting people loose in our schools and terrifying our school children, whether they've ever experienced a shooter in their school or not. We have the right to protect ourselves from tyranny. And we need to protect ourselves in ways that go far beyond arming ourselves. When the Second Amendment was written, it was there for a reason. And we've got to modernize protecting ourselves from oppression and tyranny that's happening online, in our phones, and on the screens our children look at every day.
I believe in universal background checks. I believe in keeping guns out of the hands of abusers. And I do not think or do I want military style women in civilian life? We need common sense gun laws. You can go to marketbradshaw.com to read more about gun reform policies.
For the next two questions, we're gonna do something similar like we did with the stock trading question. Except you don't just have to do yes or no, it's just a one sentence limit, all right? One sentence. All right, I went to third grade, there's compound sentences, there's not run-ons, all right? So that's the next two questions. Starting with Ms. Bradshaw. About 1 in 5 children in Tennessee face food insecurity. Will you vote to implement universal free school lunch and breakfast?
Absolutely implement free school lunch and breakfast. And also look at how our circular economy is leaving a lot of people out. Right now, there are communities that don't even have grocery stores,
Thank you.
that are food deserts, and we can do a lot to improve that with the right type of policies.
I support free school lunch, breakfast, and without means testing. Because it's very important that kids get to go to school and be with their peers. There shouldn't be a distinction between whether
Thank
one child is free and one child isn't.
I absolutely support free school, lunch, breakfast, absolutely.
I support free school lunch, and that being said, we also got to make sure we look at SNAP and how it's being affected with the Republicans who are in power right now.
My modern caregiving economy includes free lunch, along with year-round schooling. That's part of it, and farmers being involved in how we feed our children, including gourmet meals.
Second question in this one sentence round. Over 20 states have legalized marijuana. And while it remains illegal federally, 63% of Tennesseans support legalizing cannabis. Will you vote to federally legalize marijuana? I'm Joe.
I am going to support medicinal marijuana. And I am also going to support taxing it as well. We need to take the money and we need to pour it back into our country.
Yes, I support legalizing marijuana, and we also need to talk to our farmers who are against it because of the hemp products, because we know it will affect fabrics and things of that nature. So definitely need to have a round conversation to make sure that when it's legalized, that it affects the least people possible.
I absolutely support the legalizing of marijuana for medicinal purposes only, not for recreational purposes.
I support the full legalization of marijuana for medicinal and recreational purposes. And I support the expansion of mental health and substance abuse programs because no one should be left alone when they're dealing with an issue of addiction, whether it's alcohol or drug abuse.
I support the legalization of marijuana. When you have a family member that is facing a catastrophic illness, and I've had nurses and family members call me and tell me that they didn't want to feel like they were breaking the law in order to have some type of alleviation for their sickness. And it would create a whole industry that can create jobs. And with the right boundaries in place, we can have a system that can go into our educational system, we tax it right. You look at the other states, I think we like the only state
Thank you very much.
that don't have it right now. All the rest of the border states have it.
No, that's not true.
It's not true.
There's a few others, but
There's a few others, but
we're always in the bottom. Now we can go back to regular 60-second answers. Abortion, when starting with Ms. Bradshaw, abortion is illegal in Tennessee right now with a strict ban in effect from the moment of conception. The law prohibits abortion with limited exceptions only to prevent the death or serious irreversible harm to the pregnant person. There are no exceptions for rape or incest, and abortion providers face felony charges. Will you support reproductive rights for all Tennesseans, and do you support any restrictions on abortion care?
Abortion is part of reproductive health care. I'm gonna repeat it again. Abortion is part of reproductive health care, and that decision should be left between that woman and her doctor, and should not be interfered by any type of policy.
When the Tennessee legislature passed the law banning a woman's ability to make a choice for her own body, they substantially changed the status of women in society. And they hurt the chances of protecting women and children all over the state. Women with wanted pregnancies or unwanted pregnancies need health care. The fact that doctors and nurses and hospitals no longer know what to do when someone comes in with an ectopic pregnancy, a life-threatening condition, is absolutely immoral and unethical. As a US Senator, I will make sure that every woman has the right to reproductive health care and to make the choices that are right for her and her family.
This topic is very personal to me. And I think the overreach by Republican legislators is absolutely appalling, in my opinion. If they had their way, I would not have one of my grandsons today. And family members could be facing charges. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. So I support, I'm a pastor. I support women's right and their decisions with their private doctors on what is best for their circumstance and their health. That is between that woman and her physician. And it's sad, in my opinion, that we have to have these types of conversation,
Thank you.
the reality
Thank you.
of Republican viewpoints.
As a woman that's been pregnant 9 times, our first baby was a stillborn. I can't imagine, I'd probably be in jail right now if this Republican group of folk were in charge. I can't imagine anyone telling me, and my doctor, who helped me deliver 8 healthy babies, how we should carry out my care, as well as making sure that our girls are heard. You know, Sojourner Truth says something, ain't I a woman? Well, I'm not only just a woman, I'm a woman with a mind, a heart, and a soul. And I can make a decision. Women can make a decision on their own. We're big enough to do that. So the fact that Republicans feel like they can come into our doctor's office and have something to say, it's offensive, which is why we need to vote out every Republican, because they don't have a woman's health in mind. And also, they want the baby to be born, but they don't want to take care of the baby once it gets here. So they're kind of a double-minded man, and we know what the Bible says about double-minded people.
Thank you.
And I'm also an African American woman. And I'm also an African American woman who can still have children. I'm also an African American woman who can still have children. And it's part of the statistics out there who say that African American women tend to have the highest mortality rates when it comes to childbirth. So I am a supporter of abortion, but I'm also a supporter of building the infrastructure that would discourage people from wanting to abort their children to begin with. The modern caregiving economy provides that infrastructure. It includes nannies, something so simple. When you go to other parts of the world, having a nanny is not a big deal. I am going to be introducing legislation that would make it affordable to have a nanny pre-birth and postpartum. That's how we encourage
Thank you.
people to keep their children.
Starting, well, we're going to our foreign policy section now. Starting with Ms. Onyejaka. Several United Nations bodies have defined Israel's killing of more than 73,000 men, women, and children in the Gaza Strip as a genocide, breaking numerous parts of international law. While Israel's approval has dipped in the negatives nationwide, Congress still votes for billions of dollars in funding and military weapons sent to the Israeli government. A key reason for this is because of the Israeli lobby, commonly known as AIPAC, which is one of the three biggest spenders across America, next to major lobbies like the NRA. 3 questions. Do you receive any donations from AIPAC or Israel-supported groups? Will you vote for more military arms to Israel? And will you vote for humanitarian aid in Gaza?
I don't have any PAC money. Number one. Number two is that Israel is a tiny country fighting multiple countries that want to take them out every single day. And you know what? I can identify with them a little bit. My family is from Nigeria, and my family specifically, we're from the Biafra ethnic group. In the 1960s, I lost my grandfather in the war. It was one of the worst wars known to man, top 10. To this day, Biafran people are still under assault. I cannot stand here and look you in the eye and honestly say I can't support Israel in fighting numerous people or nations that want to take them out daily. What I will say is that as your next United States Senator, I'm going to make informed decisions based off of what they provide to me.
Thank you.
And the evidence I receive.
No to the PAC money, supporting Israel. You know, it's almost like folk who support the American people, right? You support the people, but not the government. And so when I think about what's happening over there, it is horrific, and we do need to stop sending the money. That money could be used over here to do so many different things. And everyone wants to talk about being an American and how proud we are being an American, but they don't want to support Americans the way they're supporting other countries. And now we're talking about sending money to the UAE. That's a country that built a whole island in the ocean. Why are we sending them money? So we send a whole bunch of people money. I don't support getting money from AIPAC. I do support the Palestinian people because as a Black person whose ancestors came through slavery, we have a different kind of relationship. We understand when you're being oppressed, and oppression should not stand anywhere in our world.
I try to keep myself informed as much as I possibly can when it comes to issues surrounding Israel. And as I personally study and listen, ask questions, I see Israel's response, but I don't see where they initiated the attacks. I see Israel defending themselves. I see Israel located geographically in a hotbed of enemies that want to take them out. And I see them striving to defend themselves. I see regimes embedding themselves in the midst of innocent people who allow them to.
Thank you very much.
And that's a difficult situation. But I do support Israel. I have not been offered any PAC money from AIPAC.
What has happened to the people of Gaza has been a genocide. I agree with the UN. And the blank check that's been written for the government in Israel today, for the Bibi Netanyahu government, has helped that genocide to happen. We have to be honest about that. As a US Senator, I will not continue to sign a blank check of aid for a nation being led, complicit with our government to hurt people. Every person is precious. And we have to treat people with dignity. We can't treat them as pawns under bombs and drones and attack. It's inhumane, and it's not something that as a US Senator I can possibly support. And no, I have not taken and will not take any money from APAC.
Thank you.
My name is Marquita Bradshaw. I grew up down the street from a military landfill. Those weapons of mass destruction made a lot of people in my family sick, and a lot of them have died prematurely. To see forever wars continue to happen is not only unsustainable, but it's inhumane. We cannot continue to fund Israel. No, I will not take APAC money. And yes, I will support the people of Gaza where they can form, where they have the right to self-determination and they have the right to live without war.
Thank you. Similarly to this last question, recently America and Israel have partnered to engage in warfare in Iran, despite the fact that they do not have congressional authority to engage in war. Do you support the new war, and what do you believe America is engaging in a new war for? Ms. Bradshaw, I'll start with you.
The war that's currently going on is an illegal war and has to stop immediately. When we do things that continue to erode our democracy, when the president takes authority that he does not have, because the US Senate is supposed to vote on whether or not we're supposed to be at war, and I would have voted no. Because the money that we're spending on war does not help people who are marginalized by pollution and the economy that's not working for them in South Memphis or anywhere else in Tennessee. Right now, we need somebody to stand up for working people and for democracy.
Thank you.
The bombs currently being dropped in Iran, not only are they killing innocent school children, killing our service members, those billions and billions of dollars, that's our healthcare money being spent. That's our education money. That's our economic development money. That's the money that should be right here at home in America, making America stronger. We were in much better shape with Iran as a threat on the world stage before folks decided to not think it through and bomb a country just because they wanted to. The Strait of Hormuz being closed is an absolute global disaster. It's almost unbelievable that the current Trump regime with his accomplices and the billionaire class would make such a decision. Why did they do it? I stopped at least 10 years ago trying to get into Trump's mind. I do not want to be there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I find it very difficult to support most things done by our president because the levels of trust are so eroded. Even a situation whereby we know from President Obama's efforts to work with Iran to ensure that they would not have the necessary tools to build a nuclear bomb. We know that that cause is right. But with this president, everything is muddy. Everything is dirty, questionable, untrustworthy. How can you support it? You have no clue of what's underneath. And you have a group of legislators that have abdicated their responsibility, giving him the authority to do it.
Thank you.
I don't support it.
Who would thought we'd gone to war by, tweet or by just something our president said online? It's amazing how many things happen in our country now without debate, without the American public's voice being heard. It's amazing how Republicans have given over everything in our country, including going to war. And when I think about those bombs dropping, those are our tax dollars that are dropping bombs on those school children. Those are our tax dollars that's destroying our relationship with our allies. America stood for something. America stood for a president that wouldn't commit more crimes. America stood for a Congress that would debate whether or not we would send our treasure to fight for something. Right now, all we're fighting for is whatever the Republicans decide we're fighting for.
Thank you.
And at this point, I guess we're fighting for oil money.
Let's be clear. Legislators receive different information from what the public receives. Based off of what the public has received and what I've seen as a citizen, observing everything, I say there's not enough information or not enough evidence to support going into Iran. As legislators, it's a whole different ballgame. I don't know what is in files. I don't know what they've retrieved. But what I want to bring to your attention is this. Women. There seems to be a lack of conversation about the use of women in diplomacy. We've got to start demanding that some of these nations utilize the women in conversations that are being had. And we can do that. We need to use, and we've done it before, we've done it in places like Somalia and Sudan.
Thank you.
We need to start using the women in these nations and bringing them into the conversation and to the table in negotiation.
Starting with Ms. Andriaka, as we started, or as we entered 2026, President Trump announced a military regime in Venezuela that effectively captured dictator Nicolas Maduro and imprisoned him domestically for the official purpose of regime change. Since then, America has stolen millions of gallons of oil from Venezuela and has allowed Maduro's vice president to continue ruling the country, effectively leading the Venezuelan people in the same regime, just with less oil and multiple casualties. American congressmen and women have also called out the fact that Trump's administration did not do so with congressional authority. Do you support the administration's invasion of Venezuela? And if done ethically and legally, would you support a regime change attempt in Venezuela?
That regime change should come from the people of a nation. That's bottom line. They have to want a regime change, just like in this nation. You have to demand it. I don't support foreign nations going in and taking out leaders based off of what they believe is a problem. However, you have to keep in mind that there are people here who have family members living in Venezuela, living in Nigeria, living in Cuba, living in these different nations that want to see regime change and want to see dictators taken out. I support taking out dictators, but only if the people want that. So no, I don't support going in and just toppling governments, toppling dictators per se. But I do support the people demanding regime change, especially in these nations that are oppressing them.
Thank you.
one thing we can say about Republicans, they like taking over things, and then not having a plan once they take them over. So we went into Venezuela for oil and money. With these Republicans, it's all about money. It's money. They're grifters. They're cheaters. That's just what they do. So we have to tell them that as American people, that's not what we want to be about. We want to be about supporting the people of a country. When the people of a country say, hey, America, come over here and help us get rid of a leader that we no longer appreciate, then we should be willing to say, okay, let's see how we can help you, versus being the ones that going over there and just taking things. Regime change, we tried that before, and it gave us more headache. We cannot go over. It's almost akin to when Europe and everybody just drew arbitrary lines in Africa and had people fighting. They didn't consider the natural lines that the Africans
Thank
had decided. When we go and make decisions for other countries, we
Thank you.
cause problems for our country.
I think our president and the Republican administration has done tremendous harm with the decisions that they have made with regard to Venezuela, with regard to the way they have gone about handling the situation with Iran, the difficult positions that we've placed our allies in. I think it's appalling. And I cannot support it because you have no clue on what's true. I can't trust this president nor this administration, nor the Republicans that are leading our House and Senate. It's unfortunate, and we need change.
I absolutely disagree with the illegal military incursion into Venezuela. And just the idea that the United States could create some kind of regime change implies that the United States is some kind of imperial power that should have its way across the globe. No. Every nation, every people has the right to self-determination. We can be a power for good. Aid to other nations, to help them to develop economic infrastructures, to leap over fossil fuels into a green and regenerative world. That's what the United States should be doing. When we have a president that will tweet out that he can annihilate a civilization anytime he wants to go anywhere on the globe and take what he and his cronies, the grifters and billionaires want, that's why we have to put checks and balances by electing Democrats across the
Thank you.
country now.
I do not support a foreign nation going in and taking out our leadership. So we should do that to others, right? But I hear an underlying problem that's reoccurring. Most of these wars have an underlying need for more money and more use of fossil fuels. We have to break our dependency on fossil fuels. We need a just transition to clean, renewable energy. Not only will it heal the environment, but it also will change our economy where the focus is on working people. Go to my website, marquitabradshaw.com. So
Thank you. We have 3 more questions left, so just stay tight. Starting with Ms. Bradshaw, we have this question. Over 220,000 Tennesseans are members of the LGBTQ plus community. Around 31,000 of those are identifying as transgender. Do LGBTQ plus citizens deserve equal protection and access under the law? And what specific policy would you introduce to help with that?
you know, we have a problem right now with people not understanding that our Constitution is supposed to protect rights and not take them away. The pursuit of happiness is for everybody in this country, no matter your gender, your orientation. And it's time to stop playing political theater in folks' bedrooms and get back to the policies that's gonna help all working people and not just billionaires. We need a working class US senator that's gonna fight for everyone. And my name is Marquita Bradshaw, and I am ready to go fight for everyone.
Thank you.
Every person deserves the right to freedom of self-expression, to discover who they are, to discover who they love, to discover how they want to express themselves in the world. And that deserves absolute equal protection under the law. That's what our Constitution already says. And I think the reason why we're talking about these issues is because Republicans, billionaires, cronies, and grifters don't want us to catch on to what they're doing to us. They want us to fight with each other. It is horrible the way immigrants, LGBTQ, and trans people have been scapegoated, and it's all for the same reason. It's so that we're busy fighting with each other, so that fear and anger dominate our discussions, and we don't get back to what matters, which is putting our tax dollars invested back into our communities
Thank you.
and stopping billionaires.
This question, to me, it's unfortunate that we would even have it. Everybody deserves protection. In a nation that is a democracy, everybody deserves the right to feel that the law is on their side if they've done no wrong. Nobody should have to face any type of abuse, rejection, from hospitalization, from receiving care. Nobody in America should have to go through that. I absolutely do not support any activity that places whether LGBTQ or anyone in a position where they are unable to get the protections, the support, the care that they deserve in America.
Thank you.
Well, you know, there are things in this country called civil rights. My mom was a warrior for civil rights, hence my name, Civil. And what I know is that under those rights, everyone has a right to be themselves. Black folk have a right to make sure that their children on college campuses can say the word Black. Mothers have a right to be able to have babies. Everyone has a right. So when we talk about anybody's rights, they all fall under civil rights that were fought for by Black people, by young people, by old people, by farmers, by veterans. We've all fought for these rights, so they should cover everybody. And our Constitution does say, we the people, and everyone in America is a part of we the people.
I'm a woman of faith, and my faith teaches me to honor the humanity of every individual. I have already introduced a legislative proposal to address the ongoing, never-ending abuse and attack on this particular vulnerable population. The Civil Rights Privacy Protection Act will hold accountable anybody that is violating their rights from the federal level to the state level. This includes submitting and passing unconstitutional laws that our state our state legislators continue to do over and over again. So I want to put every LGBTQ individual in the state of Tennessee and in the United States, I want them to know that I am going to honor their humanity, protect their constitutional rights, and I'm placing every federal and state legislator on notice. I am going to hold you accountable.
Thank you. Last big question here, starting with Ms. Sanjaka. Public trust in government transparency remains low, with many Americans believing recent drastic actions by the government are only an attempt to distract from the Epstein files, including countless names of the rich and powerful. While Congress had already voted to release the full Epstein files list, we are barely even a few percent in to the full list being released. There have been 2 deadlines that have been missed so far, and the third is coming up. How will you ensure the Epstein files are fully uncovered for the American public?
I'm not talking about it right now. As your next United States Senator, I have to be very neutral. That means I've got to go by what is presented to me as your next United States Senator at the table. In order for us to get fairness and justice, I have to be wise about how I approach the matter. But I want to put the American people in here in the state of Tennessee on notice, or the legislators on notice, and the people at ease. I am an advocate for the people, for the vulnerable, for women, for children. I am not messing around when it comes to protecting the most vulnerable people in this country. One of the things that I'm going to be introducing, one of the legislation that I'll be introducing will address coercive control. The only reason that they were able to do some of the things that they've been able to do is because of something called coercive control. Insidious, heinous control of vulnerable people.
Thank you.
As a Boy Scout leader, we had to take something called youth protection, which taught us how to recognize predators when they approached our scouts. And so because of that background, when the Epstein files came out, all I could think of is, why are we protecting pedophiles? Why are we protecting these people? They've done bad things to children. And if our children are our future and we want to protect our future, then why are we not forcing these people to let us know who the pedophiles are? So when it comes to protecting pedophiles, we got to cut that out. Now, what can I do as a senator? Once again, as a Democratic senator who wants to have the Epstein files released, they can't be released unless we have enough votes to make it happen. The courts, Republicans don't follow the law when it comes to the court. The court told them to do something, they said no. So we can't rely on the courts. So all we can do is rely on the senators and the House members to make sure that we make sure that they actually follow the law that they say that they follow, but they really don't follow.
You know, these types of discussions, it just amazes me. I grew up in a family of law enforcement agents. And the very fact that we're talking about releasing evidence to the public, all of that stuff came up because of Trump. You do an investigation, you ask the question as a senator, what would I do? We need to clearly appoint special prosecutors, special investigators to investigate all of the information. There are still victims out there that are not being protected. We need the right law enforcement agents
Thank you.
assessing this case and take it out of the hands of our president and Republic.
I am not neutral when it comes to sexual predators, perpetrators, and the Epstein files. You asked about trust and transparency in government. People can't trust a government that is clearly covering up their own complicity. Whether it's about the Epstein files or bombs dropping on Iran, you cannot trust a government that is obviously lying to you and covering up. When testimony in front of Congress says, we can't tell you everything, the whole system will come down. It's no wonder that the American people say, well, bring it down then. We need the truth. We need a people-centered government that cares about us. And unless we elect Democrats to stand
you.
against the Republicans and create checks and balances, we won't get it.
The Epstein files represent very powerful, rich people exploiting women and children and trying to get away. The American people want accountability. And they want the corruption, this type of corruption, and many more types of corruption removed from our democracy. And the only way we can do that is to send more Democrats to the US Senate that have integrity and that will use the checks and balances to hold not only Epstein files accountable, his administration accountable.
Now, our final round is closing statements. You will have 30 seconds for closing statements, starting with Ms. Bradshaw.
Right now, there are people who have never breathed clean air or drink or had a clean cup of water coming out of the faucet. Right now, people can't afford health care, they can't afford housing. Right now, people are working 2 to 3 jobs just to survive. And what we need to do is change our economy that's so dependent on fossil fuels and fossil energy.
Thank you.
I'm Maria Brewer, and I'm running for US Senate because elections are about holding people accountable. And when ordinary people like us work together, we can create extraordinary power that can stop the corruption coming out of DC that reaches its hand into our pocket every time we pump a tank of gas or go to the grocery store. We shouldn't have to choose between paying an insurance policy or keeping a roof over our head. If you'll work with me,
Thank you.
a new world is brewing.
My name is Kevin Lee McCants, and I entered this race not as a politician. I entered this race as a voter that's concerned about the direction of our country. I entered this race because I'm concerned about our path. And I don't like it. I don't like what's down the road for my grandchildren if this doesn't change.
Thank you.
And I intend to change it.
I'm Sybil Miller Watkins, and I'm running for Senate because what I know is Republicans are keeping us sicker, poor, and less safe. And the only way we can get out of being sicker, poor, and less safe is to elect Democrats. And we need to elect Democrats who understand that our children are our future, but not only are they our future, but we've got to stop treating our vote as a gift from politicians. Our vote is power. We need to use our power as Americans to make sure we have folks representing us in Congress. Go to civil4tn.com. That's civil, the number 4tn.com. And let's begin the process of creating community and not chaos.
My name is Diana Chaka. I'm running the Family First Movement. I'm putting family at the center of every policy that I present and every policy that I support. That's number one. Number two, I'm bringing in a new economy. The monetary giving economy is going to put money back in the pockets of every family in this nation. That's number two. Number three, I'm coming for every individual, every legislator that has violated the constitutional rights of every Tennessean in this nation, or in this state, and every American in this nation.
Thank you.
They're on notice.
Please give a round of applause to all your 2026 Senate candidates this year. You can reach out, talk with them. Please go to their website, social media pages. We thank you all so much for being at both our governor and Senate race forums today. Thank you to the MTSU Democrats. Thank you to high school Democrats, young Democrats. Thank you to the Tennessee Holler for hosting streaming on social media. We hope you all have a great night. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.